person, and then you'll see the red on your microphone in front of you.
Good evening. Calling to order the Antioch Police Oversight Commission at 6:32 p.m. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Kennedy,
Present.
Commissioner Lacey-Oha,
Present.
Commissioner Haddon,
Present.
Commissioner Alaquachi,
Present.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Present.
Vice Chair Williams,
Present.
Chair Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum with all present.
Thank you. Can everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Consent calendar. We have a recommended action to approve the minutes from April 21st and May 5th, 2025. Is there a motion, or do you want them separated? Anyone?
I'll make.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Go for it, Lisa.
A second.
We need a first.
Yep. So you make the motion. To
We do
approve.
that.
Make the motion, please.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from April 21st and May 5th meetings.
Second.
Can I get it?
And
Okay.
a second.
Thank you. Can we have a vote, please?
The motion to approve the minutes from April 21st, 2025 and continue the minutes from May 5th, 2025 passes 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4, we'll have a review of the APD's proposed budget.
There we go. All right. Good evening, Ms. Taylor and the commission. Pleasure to be here this evening. If you haven't met me, I'm Captain Bittner with the PD, and I currently oversee our support services division. That means I oversee our investigations division, training, hiring, recruiting, and then on the other side of the department is our field services, and we have a field services captain oversees our patrol operations. So I'm here this evening to give a brief overview of the PD's budget. We did something similar back in March. I think it was March 18th. Chief Ehol and I did a presentation on the PD's budget, and this is basically the same presentation. We made a few adjustments to a few of the slides. So please forgive me. It's not the most exciting stuff. A lot of numbers. I'll try to make it as exciting as possible. And what we did for the council meeting is I kind of went through the presentation, and then any questions you may have, we can go back to the slides if that's okay with all of you. Oh, there we go. All right. Here we go. So first slide here is kind of our staffing breakdown, just so you have a feel for how many personnel we're working with at the PD. So past year's budget, 2025, we had 162 going into the new fiscal year of 2026-27. You see that there's an increase down at the bottom by 3 positions. That is the 3 positions that were created by our Department of Justice agreement with the federal government, where we added a captain position, a sergeant position, and an analyst position. So as of today, we have about 38 vacancies in the police department, with one of those being a captain, 2 lieutenants, 2 sergeants, 4 corporals, 19 officers, and 5 community service officers, as well as 3 dispatchers and 2 records technicians. So a total of 38 vacancies in the police department. The PD makes up or consumes about 52 to 54% of the the city's budget. And don't quote me on that, but I know it's more than half that the PD uses. This is a breakdown of where all the money goes within the police department. If you see the largest portion there is our police community policing. That's our patrol officers. They make up the bulk of the police department. And if you want, let me back up a little bit. So you see all these different slices of the pie. So we have one pot of money, one budget, and they're all broken down into, I believe, about 13 different budget areas. And then there's our budget categories, and then there's line items in each one of those categories. So our largest category, which is our police community policing, that consumes, like I said, the majority of our budget, followed by our police administration, which is all our chief, captain, and lieutenants, followed by our police compliance and professional standards division, which will be introduced here after the fiscal. That's one little sliver. Police investigations also consumes a decent portion of the budget, about 12%. Police communications being our dispatchers, police and facilities maintenance, which covers all of our repairs throughout the PD. And then if you take a look at all the other little slivers throughout the overall budget there, further in the slides, I'll go into each of those different budget categories and the breakdowns and where the money goes for each of those categories. So here's an overall picture of the numbers. For about a little over $42 million is what our budget was for this year, followed by little over 46 the following year, and then 48 the next. If you look at the bottom numbers, the total use of funds, those are the total numbers. So we did make some budget cuts leading up to this year's proposed budget. And a lot of those budget costs were, as we hire more officers, we were able to adjust our schedule. So for the past probably 4 years, a lot of our officers' training, there's a lot of overtime costs. But now as we hire more officers and we get more officers out on the street and on their own, we're able to make some schedule adjustments to save a lot of money on overtime, especially as it relates to training. We also made some cost savings in our safety materials. That's just the safety gear that the officers use. We made some cuts there. Also were able to make a few cuts to our crime lab expenses. We spent a lot of money on processing evidence, and over the years we've kind of over budgeted, so we're able to make some adjustments there, and also through some of our maintenance contracts. So if you wonder why the numbers are a little lower in some of those areas, that's where we found the money from, those areas. All right, so going down, so now we'll get into the 13 different budget categories. This is the first one, which is our administration budget, and this covers all the costs associated with the chief's salary, captains, lieutenants, our records division, also our property and evidence supervisor. So if you look at, these are the different line items. If you look to the left, the personnel, supplies, safety materials, contracts, those are the line items within the budget. And a lot of those are bunched together. So personnel, pretty straightforward. That's just your basic salary, your overtime, stuff such as that. And you go into supplies, there's a lot of different line items kind of combined in that supply category. And those would be like your office supplies, operating supplies, evidence storage fees, and different evidence supplies. Your safety materials line item, that also is kind of encompasses a bunch of different line items for uniforms, safety gear, ballistic gear, any type of our technology expenses, our AED, stuff like that come out of the safety materials. Our contracts, which is a pretty big line item there. There's a lot of big contracts bundled into that admin line item. Some of the big contracts are like with Axon, which is our body-worn camera system that stores all our digital evidence. Our towing expenses, anytime we tow a car, we have to have contracts with different tow yards and so forth. Our background investigators, they all come out of that line item there. And if you look at contracts with REACH, one may wonder what REACH is. REACH is our juvenile diversion program. We fund about $205,000 a year, and that goes to when our youth commit kind of like low-level offenses, rather than sending them through the court system, they go to a diversion system, and that diversion program also has an early intervention program, and I can answer more questions in regards to that if needed. Our vehicle maintenance replacement funds, those are just money that's allocated, set aside by the finance department every year. That amount of money goes into a replacement fund, and then when vehicles are due to be replaced, they pull from one big account. So we don't control any of that money there. Same with the computer, phone, and maintenance replacement. That's all percentages that are configured by the finance department, and that money is set aside every year, and then we pull from that fund in the event that we need new computers throughout the police department. And then your business expenses down at the bottom, that covers a lot of our recruitment, our training, conferences, business, and other business related expenses. So now that I kind of summarize what a lot of those line items are and what they bundle together, it's kind of the same for every budget category. So this is, like I mentioned, our administrative budget category. And then we go into this new budget category, which will begin July 1. This is our police compliance and professional standards budget category. As you see for 24-25, there is no money allocated because they don't begin until the new fiscal year. We predicted that they may start early, so that's why we set aside $85,000, but that didn't happen, so that $85,000 was in forwarded on to the proposed budget for 25-26. So that is going to be the overall cost of the new compliance unit. That covers, as I mentioned, a captain, a sergeant, the supplies there for 150. That initial 150 is to purchase vehicles for that unit. So the captain and the sergeant and the officer and the analyst have vehicles to do the jobs they need to do. And that contracts for $250,000. That is going to be the contract for our compliance officer. So I believe it was last council meeting they finalized a consultant that's going to be the compliance officer. That covers his salary, and then the business expenses for $210,000. That is for training costs, and that would actually be for any training cost our captain and our compliance officer and our sergeant attend, but also for APOC as well. Any trainings that you attend, it will come out of that business expense category. So this is our police cadets. This is our volunteer youth program. This program has been very beneficial for the past 20 years. Unfortunately, after COVID, we had to stop the Explorer program, or cadet program is called. We're in the process of restarting the cadet program. So the money set aside for the cadet program is pretty minimal, and it really just covers the gear and equipment for our volunteer cadets. Police prisoner custody, we do have a city jail. If you weren't aware, we do have a facility where we can people who are arrested, we can hold them up to 8 hours, and so we do a budget for that. We have 4 CSOs that do a lot of our transporting to and from our local jail and also to the county jail. So that personnel cost there, that covers 4 CSOs who are community service officers. They're civilian officers, and the supplies are just for your basic jail supplies and food and so forth. And that line item, the computer, phone maintenance, and replacement, we don't touch that money. That money is set aside or allocated annually per our finance arrangements. And then going into the police community policing, this is one of our largest items for personnel. Covered $28 million of our budget is used here, and this funds all of our patrol officers. And all the contracts associated and all the other expenses is similar to the other budget categories. It's for your supplies, your typical police supplies. It's fuel for the police vehicles, supplies for our canine program, and other operating supplies. Some of the large contracts we have are in this line item, like with our shot spotter contract is included here. Same with our Vigilant contract, which Vigilant is our license plate reader cameras throughout town, and also some of our community cameras or situational awareness cameras we have throughout town are taken from this line item. If you look at the furniture and equipment, you probably wonder, like, what's the PD buying? What kind of furniture are they buying for $1.1 million? That's just a category that finance uses for some of our patrol vehicle build-outs. So I believe we have maybe a dozen or more patrol cars that are waiting to be built out, and then with about another dozen or so on the way. And when those vehicles are built out, it's roughly about $35,000 per car just to be built out, and that comes from that fund there. So we're not buying $1 million couches. All right, police traffic, pretty straightforward. This is our traffic division. Our traffic division is 1 sergeant and 4 officers. Right now, it's actually 1 sergeant, 1 officer, but we're trying to get it back to full staff. So those personnel costs there, the 1.2 covers their salaries, the supplies for traffic, is software subscriptions for the different programs they use to recreate crash scenes such as that, all their gear, their checkpoint supplies, any type of stop sticks, which are spike strips, kind of come out of that supply category there. And I think a question was asked not too long ago. It's like, is the traffic unit's budget dependent upon fines for tickets? And that's absolutely no. The revenue that our traffic department brings in annually is probably right around $60,000. It's not much at all. And the reason why our traffic officers write tickets is not to make money to fund their existence. It's because our #1 complaint throughout town is traffic-related complaints. I try to attend as many council meetings as possible and APOC meetings, and also I'm always throughout town, and I tell you, I never have anybody coming up to me complaining about violent crime or burglaries. It's always traffic complaints. It's always, sir, what can you do about the speeders on my street? Somebody's running a stop sign here. So that's why we write tickets, is to serve the community. All right, police investigations. This is all our detectives. So this funds 1 sergeant and 12 detectives. Right now, we're actually at 1 sergeant and 9 detectives, so we're a little understaffed, but that's what all those expenses are for. The contracts, which is right over $1 million, those contracts are usually pretty big contracts that we have with our evidence storage. Anytime there's a significant crime in town, sometimes we need to hold that evidence for almost indefinitely, so we have to pay a lot of money and have a lot of contracts with these companies that will store this evidence for us. So there are some big contracts there when it comes to that. Our crime lab fees are pretty big. We pay the county about $300,000 a year to process evidence for us, and then another roughly about $100,000 to a private crime lab to kind of do expedited work for us. So that's where a lot of that money goes. And if you see that $49,000 at the bottom for furniture and equipment, like I said, that wasn't for some fancy furniture. That was for a CSI truck. But for some reason, when it's budgeted, Finances uses that furniture and equipment category to put money for items such as that. So now going to our police special investigations unit. This is a unit that is part of our investigations team. It's 1 sergeant and 4 detectives. Right now, it's just 1 detective. So we're short a sergeant, short 3 detectives. And this unit, for the most part, does all of our investigating in regards to narcotic-related offenses, gun-related offenses, and gang-related crimes. So right now, it's budgeted at $480 because we only have 1 detective in there. But as we add staffing, a sergeant and three detectives, that's why you see the jump in the proposed budget. And a lot of the supplies for this unit are pretty straightforward stuff. It's surveillance equipment, technology subscriptions, crime analysis subscriptions. The contract's there for $60,000. That is for the vehicles they use for the day-to-day. We have a $60,000 contract with Enterprise Rental Car, and the detectives can swap out cars whenever they feel it's necessary. So that's what that's for. Police communications, this is our dispatch budget. So we currently have 15 dispatchers, and we have 3 vacancies, so we're short a few. A lot of the personnel costs are pretty straightforward for the 15 dispatchers, but when you get down to, and the supplies, dispatchers need chairs, radio equipment, headsets. But you get to the contracts is pretty high there at $930,000 and $950,000. Those are contracts that we have with our they call it a CAD system. It's a computer-aided dispatch. Basically, the system that runs all of our computers and our patrol cars and throughout the PD, our records management system. Those contracts come from there, and also some of the radio service contracts we have. All the officers, as you know, have two-way radios that they can communicate with officers here in town and also other law enforcement agencies. That service comes out of the contracts there. And then in the furniture and equipment category at the bottom, those big expenses for the proposed budget 25-26 and 26-27, those are for some new portable radios that work seamlessly throughout town. There are some parts in town right now that have dead spots because of outdated radios, but once we outfit the entire department with those radios, we should have no problems with our coverage. This police officer, our Police Office of Emergency Management, this is for our EOC, Emergency Operations Training and group. This budget isn't just for the police department, this is for citywide. So anytime we do any type of emergency management training, it isn't just for the officers, it's for the city manager and all the department heads. They all participate in our emergency training in the event that we have some type of natural disaster, another emergency throughout the city, which hopefully never happens, but we have to train for it, we have to prepare. There are some contracts associated with consultants in this category. We have one consultant that we're working with right now that is revising our local hazard mitigation plan, and then another consultant that is updating our emergency operation plan and also providing training for all the department heads and all the city staff that participate in any type of emergency management training. Next one is our police community volunteers budget. This is a pretty small budget, but this basically just covers the supplies that our volunteers use. Our volunteers are a huge help to the department. We couldn't do our job without volunteers, so this is a very small price to pay for the work they provide. And if you see the personnel for $60,000, that is one of our lieutenants, actually Lieutenant Naroji behind me. He helps coordinate some of the police community volunteers, and a portion of his salary is dedicated towards the volunteer program. So police facilities maintenance, this covers all our service contracts. Our building, I think you've all been to our building. It's built in 1992. It's a nice building. It's getting old. Things break down. We've had a lot of big expenses over the years with the HVAC system, the water, the water heater system, whatever it is. A lot of things break down at the PD, unfortunately, and we had to find ways to get it fixed and need to have a budget for it. And this is what that covers. And we'll do our best to try to get turn the lights off. The electric bill's a little high at $411,000, but we'll do. Yeah, sorry, it's high for everybody right now. And if you look at the furniture and equipment, you're probably wondering, what's that $1.7 million there? 'Cause that's a high number. That is for some CIP project funds that were dedicated towards the PD. So that's going to cover a remodel or redo of our community room, which we do a lot of training. It's used as our emergency operations center. That money, so there's some money there is being used for that. We also have money being new carpeting, new paint, new workspaces throughout the police department and different CIPs. So that's what that money is set aside for. So then we have our animal control support. We do have the animal services division attached to the police department. This is pretty much what their budget is. There is an increase, I believe, of right around $600,000, and that was just because there has been a significant increase in some of the veterinary costs and supplies, about 45% increase, according to our animal services supervisor. Also, we did have one of our veterinarians was on leave for an extended period, so we had to outsource a lot of the veterinary work, so that also caused an increase. And also after hours vet costs. So we do have a veterinarian that is employed by the city, but any after hours work we contract out with other vets throughout the city, and those costs are going up. So that's what the increase is. And I can't answer this I can't answer this accurately, but I know this fund here is some type of tax measure that was passed years ago that funds a portion of the animal services division. So that's what that money is for. And I'm sorry, our budget presentation with City Council, I did have Dawn Merchant was here, our finance director. She knows the answer to all this stuff. So she's not here today, unfortunately. So she answered a lot of questions for me last meeting, but if you do have any questions that I can't answer, I'll make sure to follow up with her in the morning, get those answered for you. All right, so that's it for a lot of the budget categories and just the boring number stuff. So now we'll kind of we'll wrap it up, going into some of our pending capital improvements. These are some projects, high dollar projects that have been approved for the PD. Our parking paving, we have a large part of the PD that's not paved, it's just dirt. We need to pave it and get it prepped for a larger building that can be used for evidence storage. We spend a lot of money storing evidence off-site. We like to start storing it on our property to save money, so that's kind of the start of that. Our investigations division also needs a remodel. We do have when our PD was built in '92, there are some big empty spaces that were used for build-outs, and we do have a build-out area in the investigations area that we'd like to start building out. The Emergency Operations Center, I mentioned that earlier, is about $480,000 to do some renovations to our EOC area, and then also radio towers. We have radio towers all throughout town to make sure we have proper radio coverage, and one of the towers, we need to add a tower to have adequate coverage in an area of town that has been expanded. And then we have some pending proposals for CIP. One is to remodel our dispatch center and expand it a little bit. The property and evidence building I mentioned earlier, and also remodeling our records area as we expand with staffing. If you have any questions into some of our larger consultant contracts, because that often comes up, these are our consultant contracts right here. Chapel & Hill is an outside investigative firm, so if we have any type of internals and affairs investigations that we do not want to investigate within the department, we send it to Chapel & Hill, and that's an investigative firm. Cole Pro Media is a kind of like a source that we use for community engagement and also for some of our social media stuff. Any time we do press releases, they're just a media firm that we have contracts with, and it's used not only for the PD, but I believe also citywide. Giordano Consulting, that is also another outside investigative firm that will do internal affairs investigations for us. WBA Consultant, that is a consulting firm with Brian Addington and Patrick Wentz. They're at the PDS Consultants, and they help us out tremendously, and that covers their cost. Crisis MC 911, $45,000. That is for our EOC, Emergency Operations Consultant. Navigating Preparedness Associates, that is also for our EOC consultant that is redoing the city's hazard mitigation plan. And then Public Safety Family Counseling, that is for a mental health firm that assists our officers with counseling services during traumatic incidents. We wanted to touch on some of our crime stats just to see where we're at over the years. Crime has gone up in some areas, has gone down. If it has gone up a little bit, I mean, it's can due to a number of factors. One is the staffing. I'm pretty confident as our staffing increases, you're going to see our crime numbers go down. I mean, just for example, 2024, we had 16 homicides. We're about halfway through the year, and we're currently at 2. So I think that's a display of kind of the good work our officers are doing, having a presence, being out in the community, and as our staffing increases, like I said, I'm pretty confident our crime rates are going to go down, and you'll see those numbers hopefully reflect at the end of 2025. This is a quick snapshot on our calls for service. Roughly, our officers are responding to 78,000 calls for service a year. Of those, about 12,000 of them generate some type of report. That means that crime actually occurred. So you can see that the calls for service have gone up a little bit. The amount of reports being written is going up a little bit. And sometimes that's just as you add more officers, sometimes that goes up because there's more officers on the street to take reports. And also we did do some things. We did eliminate some of our service guidelines. So some things that were reported maybe through online services are now done in person, and that kind of increases some of the numbers. And that has to do with NIBRS, which is a national incident reporting system. There are some changes to the NIBRS system, and to be in compliance with NIBRS, we had to basically take reports on some crimes that we didn't used to, and it's like the license plate thefts, and that increased our numbers pretty significantly. Getting to the end here, here's just some quick data on the Angelo Quinto response team. I know there were some questions as to what type of calls they go to. I know they've done a number of presentations for council. I'm not too sure if they made it to APOC or not. This is a quick snapshot of the calls that they go to and how they assist the police department and the city. And some of our biggest challenges right now, it has been the hiring, recruiting, and retention of employees. I'd say retention employees we have handled. The officers that are working for the city enjoy it, and we haven't not been losing any officers due to them lateraling to other cities for better opportunities. We've been really fortunate. I think we've done a good job. When they start here at Antioch, they stay, and we hope that remains. Recruiting, we're doing a real great job recruiting. Not me or the command staff, a lot of our recruiting officers. We recruit most of our officers through word of mouth, and our HR department is doing a great job. So our recruiting and hiring is looking really good. We're approaching 100 officers, which is really good. I'm pretty confident we'll be at 100 officers here in the next few months. But with that being said, we are hiring a lot of young officers. So one challenge is we have a lot of officers that are young, so it's developing them. On some occasions, we're fortunate to get lateral officers that have a lot of experience coming from other cities, but the majority of our officers starting with us right now are entry-level academy graduates, and they're really young. They make me feel old. So I remember I was the youngest officer in the department for many years. Now I'm one of the oldest. So so we have a lot of development to do. And then finding workspace and expansion for all our new hires, that's a challenge, even though we do have some things mapped out. And then state-of-the-art tools. I think the future of policing, just like everywhere else, is technology. So as we continue to grow and expand, we want to have a strong focus on technology. And unfortunately, that costs money. So we have ShotSpotter that we recently rolled out. We want to expand our ShotSpotter to the rest of the city. We're in the process of hopefully trying to find funding and develop a real-time crime center for the police department, which will be huge for the city. And kind of in connection with that real-time crime center is like a drone first responder program, which is pretty big throughout California. Some AI-assisted report writing systems that are out there, and also expanding our community cameras, or they also call them kind of situational awareness cameras throughout town. So, and then to wrap it up, these are just some of the things that we are, when it comes to succession planning, we have a young department. We're doing a really good job training them the right way, getting them developed. And as we continue to move forward, as I mentioned, our hiring is going really well. Our retention is going really well. So one thing we're looking at doing is maybe sunsetting some of our hiring bonuses, since hiring's going so well, in a way to save some money for the city, because I think we're to a point now where we can sunset that, and that sunsets, I believe, at the end of June. So, and I just want to conclude. I know this is a lot of numbers, a lot of different budget categories and line items, and I just want to make it really clear that we are open book at the PD. We have no problem discussing any of the numbers that you've seen today. Any questions you may have, we are extremely transparent in everything we do, especially when it comes to the budget. So. Feel free to ask any questions. If you forget to ask a question or think of a question tomorrow, I think all of you have my contact information, and feel free to reach out and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to do public comment, and then we'll bring you back for questions from
Thank
us.
you.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have a public comment from Leslie May.
Okay, so good evening, Council. I have several things that I wanted to bring to attention. I understand at one time there was only one sexual assault investigator. So I'd like to know, how many do you employ now at this point, and how many are you planning to employ? Because this is very important in this city, since the numbers have risen dramatically of sexual assault and sex trafficking. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to say Code Pro Media is questionable because of what I guess the kids call it airdrops they do on Facebook. I have found it very triggering. I have found them very militarized. To me, they do not represent what we're looking for here in the city of Antioch. It looks like military maneuvers and the the voice and the tension and the words when they're speaking them. It's like, oh no, no, absolutely not. It's promoting fear, anxiety, and violence. That's what we do not want here. And I think, the last thing I was going to say, and I meant to bring this up in the city council meetings. I don't understand why the county can't take over our animal control. Right now, we have the police department, then we have other people along 2nd Street doing this. I know in Alameda County, when I lived in Livermore, there was out by Santa Rita, it was actually a big, large building. They did all the animal control. Any animals or whatever were taken to that facility. It just seems that there are a lot of the money of the police budget could be saved if they were to build an animal facility that services East County. It's not that large, but they need to be doing their fair share and taking that financial burden off of the police department. So I really would like you guys to talk about that and the police department, see if it's possible to do that so that, like I say, the money that you, $2,561,601 for 24-25, then $3,361,000, I believe it was, 616 projected for 25 and 26. That's quite a bit of money, and that's quite a bit of money could be used for other purposes, even if we had, or just would reduce the budget. That's all.
Thank you.
Nicole Gardner?
Good evening. So I wrote down a couple of notes. Really, they're questions. So I know you addressed the commissioners and you said, they have a way to contact you for questions. If you could let the community know, that'd be great. I wrote down the community engagement. I talk about that all the time. And when we had our basketball game with the youth and APD, I was surprised that Chief Addington at the time, that he had brought up, like, they had a budget for community engagement. They actually provided the food that we had for the event. So the reason why I didn't see that, maybe I was a little late, so I didn't see it, but I guess my question is, I'm trying to just figure out, like, how much. I see furniture, I see all this other stuff. I'm trying to figure out how important it is for APD to put money aside for community engagement, how important that is to get involved with the youth, different, underserved communities, different things like that. So that was important to me, and that kind of, I just kind of thought about that when I was thinking of community engagement. Also, I was thinking about where it seems like we're remodeling. It looks like there's a lot of remodeling and things like that going on. And I guess my question, I'm just trying to figure out why all of a sudden during this budget, budget timeline that we're doing all of that remodeling, like, all at once. It seems like there's a lot, and Ms. Leslie was just like, yeah, they really need to do that community room. But I was like, yeah, and they may, but I was just wondering why at this time. So also with the Angelo Quinto response team, I did see, so it looks like I wrote down welfare checks at 1,840. There's public nuisance, mental health incidents, code violations, loitering. It seems like a lot of these categories I can see it being like unhoused residents being involved with those. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way where we can kind of figure out the incidents that include unhoused people? Because when we talk about over-policing and things like that, I know the officers do come out with the Angelo Quinto response team. And sometimes the Angelo Quinto response team can't come out for certain incidents for whatever reason. And so we do send out the community engagement team and some of our officers. So I just want to see if there could be a way to kind of, figure out what, if there's, what unhoused people fall in these categories, like the numbers for that. So I think that's And also, I think it was the last meeting here or the one before where our dispatch came and spoke about how they were doing. And I really left here feeling a little bad for them because it seems like they are overworked and there's not enough staff. And I think that you said that you're looking into hiring about 3 more people. I would really want, because I think about the mental health of our officers, but we also have to think about the mental health and the physical health of our dispatchers that take those calls. Can you imagine? I take calls all the time from unhoused people that are like, I got this going on. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. So just imagine them having to go through that. So maybe a little bit more in the budget for maybe 1 or 2 more, but yeah. So I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Thank you. Open for discussion.
Hi, Captain. Thanks very much.
Of course.
Just a couple of questions for clarification. So as we look at the staffing numbers, and then, you were walking through and talking about different units, like the detectives have a sergeant and X number of detectives. As I look in the staffing chart, where do the detectives fit? Are those sergeants, are they lieutenants, or are they officers?
They're all officers. Yeah, they're in the officer category.
They're in the
Yes.
officer category. Great, thank you. The other thing that I'm curious about is we look at the vacancies. We've got the 1 captain, we've got 2 lieutenant vacancies, 2 sergeants, and 4 corporals. I assume we've got people in acting capacities in those positions now?
Yes, we do. Not in
And-
all of them, but in some. And then we do have an active promotion list and even some plans to do some further promotional testing here in the near future.
So then, if we promote from within, which is obviously a great thing, that means we're going to have more officers to hire, which is going to translate potentially to still maintaining a certain level of overtime because of those vacancies?
Correct. If we do promote within, it'd be an officer would be promoted to either the rank of corporal, sergeant, and or lieutenant, or even captain. So we'll create some vacancies down below.
Okay. So as we look at how some of the budget allocation is set up, it sounds like we're looking at some lower numbers next year based on staffing, but yet if we have internal promotions and we have more vacancies, is that going to lead to continued overtime in spite of the scheduling changes that y'all have made, or will it?
Yeah, I don't believe
Stay-
so. I think
okay.
it will be sustainable where we're at, as long as everything kind of stays where we're at, which we're confident it will.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in the compliance and professional standards section, just a point of clarification. At the last meeting, Commissioner Lacey Oha had asked about training funding for APOC. I believe we were told that that was going to be in the city manager's budget. It would be great if we get part of this 210,000, but can we get some clarification on where that's coming from?
Sure, well, we will come back to you with that, but it looks like you're double
Double funded.
funded, so I wouldn't make too big of a,
Okay,
I noticed that earlier, so just let us clarify that. But it is a comprehensive onboarding suite that we have for you all in terms of what you all will be doing, so just know you're funded.
thank you. And then one other question that I had, okay, so when we look at the crime statistics, and I know you mentioned some distinctions, I think, in reporting numbers, but one of the things that I am curious is, can you just provide a quick distinction between what is considered a robbery, what's considered a burglary, and what is
Yes.
considered theft?
Yes. So a robbery is basically, it's a taking of property by force or fear. So if somebody gets pushed and their purse is taken, somebody, you know, points a gun at somebody and asks for money, that's a robbery. And when it comes to burglary, that's typically some type of like pre-planned theft, usually in some type of commercial or residential building, sometimes even a vehicle. So if somebody goes, climbs through your home window and steals something, that would be burglary. Same if they go into a store in kind of after hours when it's closed and break in, that would be a burglary. There could also be burglary in other vehicle burglary as well. So if you're breaking a window to get into a car, that would be a burglary. Theft is typically something that doesn't require any type of forcible entry most of the times. So if you just you steal a bicycle off somebody's front lawn or whatever, that would be a theft, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And then just a couple of quick questions, and I don't want to belabor this right now, but in the AQCRT calls,
Yes.
one of the things that I noticed is in 2023, we have no party complaints and no service to citizen calls. And then we go to 2024 and we have no calls for verbal disputes. And I'm kind of curious how we categorize some of these, since, like, what's an unwanted guest versus a public nuisance, for example. I'm just, and like, I don't necessarily, we don't need to go into the weeds on that right now, but I am curious how some of these are categorized for a variety of reasons. And then when we talk about calls that are refused by AQCRT, are those calls that they literally say, we're not going, or are they calls that for whatever reason they aren't available, or it's not appropriate? I'd like to know a little more about that.
Yeah, as far as I know, it does not include calls refused by Angela Quinto response team. That's for calls where it's either they weren't available, it didn't meet their criteria, there was a period in time where they didn't feel comfortable going in certain parts of town. So I believe that's what that is referring to. And then to go into your next question, so we ended up, and this is a great question, by the way, we anticipated somebody asking this question, because when the Angela Quinto response team was created, we have since, kind of utilized it in ways we didn't anticipate. Initially, we thought it's just strictly for, mental health calls, but it got to a point where, there's periods of the day where maybe there isn't any mental health calls. So they have been open to kind of assisting us in a wide range of calls for service, which you see kind of categorized here. And the way a call is categorized, it really kind of depends on the intake when the dispatcher receives it. An unwanted guest could be, a citizen calls because, they have a guest in their home that they want to leave and the person's refusing, so they call us, and that if everything's peaceful, nobody's yelling, screaming, that would be something to be categorized as an unwanted guest. Now, if it's a verbal dispute, let's say same situation, but now they're yelling and screaming at each other, then that would kind of be like a verbal dispute.
Okay, great. And then just one other question. So you have got Cold Pro Media that assists with some of your social media and so on. I believe at the last meeting, one of the other things that was mentioned was that dispatch, Stacy Malcolmson helps handle some of PD's social media. Is there a PIO within the police department right now?
There is not.
Are there plans to establish a PIO for the police department?
I know we have a PIO for the city. The police department, a lot of times our lieutenants have been kind of like doing an informal PIO position. I know when I was the lieutenant investigations, I did a lot of the on-camera requests with the media. I think our current acting lieutenant, Bill Whitaker, he is doing the same. We would love to have a full-time PIO in the police department alone. We've had one in the past, it really kind of just depends on staffing. But we're also to the point where we're also working with the city's PIO, working with Pro Media to make sure that we have strong connections with the media, and we're being transparent and getting information out as timely as possible.
Okay, thanks very much. I do think that is a conversation worth us having from the standpoint of making sure that messaging
Right.
is
Yeah.
what it should be, that there aren't things that are triggering people, or that there aren't things that people are perceiving incorrectly. And I think as we look at our community engagement planning and so on, that can be part of that whole process.
Yeah, thanks so much for bringing that up, Commissioner. We are looking to make sure that the message is streamlined across all city departments. So the PIO will be presenting a agency citywide communications plan with a social media calendar, and the messages will be congruent. We understand that APD has a unique message that they want to get out, but we want to be culturally responsive and appropriate, and so we are working together to figure that crosswalk out. And that our PAO has only been here for about a month, I believe, month and a half, so we're gonna get it together.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Of course, thank you for the questions.
I had, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you for the report.
Oh, of course.
Got a couple of things. CSOs, 5 vacancies. Is
Yes.
there a problem attracting them, or what's?
I know we currently have a handful in the background process. Yeah, it has been a struggle, finding CSOs. It's not an impossible task, and we're just hoping that this next group of applicants who are in the background process will work out and we can fill the positions.
Good. Do you have 5 applicants or partial?
I don't know the exact numbers. I know we have at least 3 that are far along in the background process, and we definitely have plans to kind of open the process back up.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's good news. I know they support you guys quite, the beat officers and stuff, take some tasks away from them.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. I noticed also in the admin and both the admin and the police, community policing page, year 2020, or budget year 2025 to 2026, the funding drops. I'm just wondering what that was all about.
Yeah, the funding drops, like I said, we did save a bunch of money in some areas. So that we did save, I think, over $1 million and just making some cuts here and there. Also, we've had a lot of budget savings over the year just from being understaffed, and a lot of that money, and I might not be answering this question perfectly. I know Dawn Merchant had answered. This question came up during the council meeting, and she answered it because the PD, we don't control the transfer or rollover a lot of these funds, right? We kind of form our budget during the budget cycle, and then any large transfers and so forth are done by the finance department. I know if there are budget savings, cost savings in some categories, which we have for many years with being understaffed, that money is rolled over in a sense for the following fiscal, if that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And then lastly, I looked at, can you expand a little bit on what REACH is? You said it had to do with youth
Oh, absolutely.
diversion.
Yeah, so REACH program is a juvenile diversion program that is kind of unique to East County. The founder is from Antioch, has an office on D Street. They do a lot of great work. So if we have juveniles who are involved in, like I mentioned, low-level crime, it's let's say curfew violations, theft violations, possession of marijuana, stuff like that. Rather than sending those complaints to the court system or to the juvenile hall, wherever it may be, we can handle it in-house through a diversion program, and they offer resources to these juveniles to kind of get them back on track and not reoffend. And there's a wide range of different services they provide. And it's been really successful. I suggest that maybe as you're forming your agenda in the future, you have the director, Mickey Marchetti, present to you, because it's a great program that a lot of people aren't familiar with. We always talk about, youth programs, youth services, and youth engagement. Well, this is a key program, because one thing that we all agree with is we want to keep the youth out of the justice system if we can, and this program does exactly that. And not only does it do that for the kids who are cited or arrested for low-level crimes, we also have an early intervention program attached to it. So if officers go to you'll be surprised how many parents call the police because their child who's a juvenile is out of control, not listening, being defiant, not listening, not going to school, cutting class, whatever it may be. So the officers go to those calls and do the best they can to kind of talk to the youth and kind of get them back on track. But if it's for a situation where it's not an arrestable offense, it's nothing that the kid has, not a violation of any type of a law, the officers can make a referral to REACH, and then REACH will reach out to the parent or guardian the following day or within a timely period, and hopefully, get that youth back on track so they avoid the criminal justice system. So it's a very beneficial program. They actually have a satellite office in the police department. They have a satellite office in the Brentwood Police Department, and they have a location on D Street here in town as well.
Well, and thank you for that. That's really interesting. I noticed that the funding for that is static. It doesn't increase as most other items do in every other category. Sounds like a great program. Might consider an adjustment in the future to.
Yeah, I know they have a lot of different funding sources. I'm not too sure what they are, because they are a nonprofit, and that's basically what they ask for annually. And like I said, there are also some grants that we assist them with annually. So they do have other funding resources outside of this $205,000.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
Hey, thank you for the presentation, very helpful. I did have another question about REACH. What is the age group for the youth that are involved? I know juvenile is
just
17.
it's under 18.
Under 18.
I don't know how young they go, but
okay. Yeah. How many youth are reached? Like, how many are involved in like the REACH program in the city of Antioch? Where we're looking at, youth that are in high school, middle school, who are like struggling and things like that. Does the police department reach out to them, or is it like a program their parents sign them up for? I think you might have just
there's a number of different intake methods. So yeah, one could be that it's a referral from the police department, which can be either through a citation or an arrest. It can be a referral from the police department that is just the early intervention. So it's not a citation, it's not an arrest. It's an officer realizes that this youth can use some services, but also the parents or guardians have to consent to it and want to participate in the program. I don't know, I can't say for certain, but I'm assuming that the schools do refer students to REACH. I would believe they would do that. Do they?
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the probation department
Okay.
also makes referrals.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think that this is a great program. What are some of the funds that the $205,000, like how is that utilized in this program?
I can't answer that question. I know it goes towards staff. It goes to they have 3 staff members that work out of the police department, and probably another 3 or so that work on the D Street location. I don't know about the Brentwood location, but that 205 basically funds probably some of their salaries and whatever expenses are associated with the work they do. And I don't think I answered your question as far as the number of people involved. I do get quarterly reports from REACH, and they tend to right around, I'd say, 25 to 35 juveniles per quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not including, it's about the same for the early intervention.
Okay.
So you roughly, 50 per quarter, and they do track the success they have pretty well. So Yeah, and like I said, I'd highly suggest having Reach come out and do a presentation
Yeah.
for APOC that day. I know he'd be glad to do that, and he'd have a lot more clear answers for you.
Okay, I was just wondering also like the demographic of the makeup of the youth that are involved in the program too. I know I did some work with like the high schools locally and like folks who are struggling. There's like the Bridge Builders program to help, you know, folks get on track and things like that. So I was just wondering what's the
The breakdown, yeah, I wouldn't have those numbers, but Mickey Marchetti, the director, I'm sure he will.
Okay. And then I had a quick question about the furniture spending. I know you said that vehicle maintenance replacement, that's separate than the
So there's
funding for the
there's a couple
furniture?
different furniture and equipment line items.
Yeah.
And I don't know why the furniture and equipment title is used for this stuff, rather than, you know, there could be a line item for police vehicle upfitting. Upfitting is this, you know, so we get a police car, then it obviously needs all kinds of stuff, right? It needs a computer and the cages and all those sirens and radios. So that's what we use that $1.1 million for. That's allocated for vehicle upfitting. So.
Okay, yeah. No, I just saw that there was vehicle maintenance replacement 2026, 2027, and 2025, 26, and it's the same amount. But then you look at furniture and equipment, it's zero for those 2 years.
Yeah, and that police vehicle dollar or item, that's the one that is just a formula that finance uses to calculate replacement vehicle costs. So all of our police vehicles, they're due for replacement typically after, you know, 5 years, 100,000 miles. So our finance department has some formula they use. So every year the police department sets aside that dollar amount. So when those vehicles need to be replaced, there's already money in a pot to replace them.
Okay.
So we don't touch that money. It's all just allocated for replacement vehicles.
Okay, and then 2 more things, and then I'll let somebody else speak. I just wanted to know the sunsetting bonus, or the hiring bonus, that's sunsetting at the end of June, you said?
Yes.
I know that was like a huge incentive for officers to come to the department. Would that hinder people coming? I mean, we can't theoretically, right? So are we almost at the level of capacity where that incentive keeps bringing people in? Was this beneficial for the department's growth again?
It's hard to say. I mean, I would say it's beneficial because it's a good chunk of change. It's $30,000, right? But unless some of these new officers are being dishonest with me, which I don't think they are, I ask them that, like, why did you come here? And a lot of them don't even have any knowledge of it. So
Wow.
but some do, some don't. So I think it's been beneficial, but I think we're to a point now, if we need to sunset it to save some costs, we're in a good spot to do so.
Yeah, because I was going to do it myself. I was like,
Yeah.
no, I'm kidding. But, right, before or after. Okay, and then my last one was to a point that one of our, Nicole made. Can we get a report on which calls are for unhoused folks when it comes to the Angela Quinto crisis response team? Was that where you were alluding to, Nicole? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I noted down everything
Okay.
Ms. May and Ms. Gardner asked, and I was going to answer it at the end here. I can answer it now. So we are in the process. We recognize that was one of the, if you want to call it a shortfall, is the disposition. We call them disposition codes. So when an officer goes to a call, you know, if it generates a report or if it doesn't generate a report, we have to code it a certain way so we kind of know what the outcome was. Okay. That's one thing we noticed with the Angela Quinto response team, and it's nobody's fault, but the tracking, the disposition isn't coded like it should be. It's kind of a general closeout. So if they go to a call, they resolve it, it's basically closed out. Angela Quinto response team handled it. Well, we want more information as far as, well, what did you handle? Was it dealing with an unhoused resident? Was it dealing with a mental health issue? Did the person refuse services? Did they, so there's a wide range of categories that Ms. Malsom, who our dispatch manager was here, I believe, last meeting, she's in the process of formulating those codes, and then we'll roll them out here soon, hopefully, so we can track all that stuff much better.
All right, thank you. Great, thank you for that.
Hi.
Good evening.
I have a couple questions for you regarding the training budget,
Yes.
because it's not, it's not indicated specifically anywhere in the report, in the budget. So where does it fall under for the officers?
The majority of our training budget is under the, so if you look to, it's the police department admin page, and then there's a code 100-3110. So there are, so this is this is one budget category, and then there's probably 50 line items, if not more. So our finance director kind of categorized, rather than having 50 to the 60 different line items on this page, she kind of bundled them together. So the business expense category, which is $860,000, the training budget is included in there. And I believe the training budget is maybe right around $200,000 annually. And that's going to stay the same for the next few fiscals, because that's enough for us to provide adequate training. So when it comes to the business expense category, covers training, it covers recruitment, it covers some other items, like other contract items. So that's where it's at.
When you say recruitment is included in that 876,250?
Yes, and our recruitment costs are we use that to pay for our recruits for attending the police academy.
Okay.
So police academy costs, which is the tuition, equipment, sometimes room and board, depending where they're at.
And do you do your training outside, or is it internal?
There are a wide range of trainings. We do a lot of it internal, especially for our so California Post, that's the California Police Officer Standards and Training. They kind of regulate, mandate training for officers. So a lot of our perishable skills, the training that we need to have to maintain our officer status is typically in-house. Any specialized training is typically outside. And that could be, a lot of times it is local within the Bay Area. Sometimes it's outside.
So for the key policy areas for the DOJ agreement, is that going to be internal, or will they be external?
It'd be probably internal, but bringing in external trainers, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the capacity to probably do the training, at our facility, but we'd find trainers who are experts in that subject area and have them come to the police department to provide the training.
And you guys, this 200,000 is for that? Is that included in that?
It would be included in that, yes.
Okay. And
And it can also be included some of the new budget category for the compliance and standards unit. There is a pretty hefty training budget there as well, which can be used, that can also be used for that training that's required by the DOJ agreement.
so you mentioned with that the sergeant, the captain, and the officer, that training, that budget was designated for those three.
Those three, and also I don't know the exact title, but it's a special analyst position.
Okay. So, but some of that funding will go towards the training of the officers as well, is what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I don't know if this is a question for you, but I was looking at the strategic plan for the department, and I noticed that there was no timeline. And usually the timeline would be on there. There would be key milestones, deadlines, and when you want to get these things done. And it's kind of open-ended. So it's kind of hard for us to be able to look at the budget to see when things are going to actually be done. Like even for training, because that's really those key policy areas training. When do you perceive to provide that training for your units is it over the next 2 years, or are you going to be providing training once a year on those key areas? Have you guys had discussions about that?
Yeah, we didn't. For this presentation here, it was mostly focused on budget items, but we thought it would be good to add a few areas. But when it comes to succession planning and our training, the training is ongoing and continual. Any training that is associated with our DOJ agreement, we plan to continue that training on a regular basis, just like all other trainings. So the plan is kind of incorporate not only all our required perishable skills and advanced training, but any of this other associated training, it would be on an ongoing, recurring basis.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Just I think for general clarification, it seems like we have two categories in the budget, and it's not just the police department budget, but the computer, phone maintenance and replacement category and the business expense category appear to be sort of predetermined finance phraseology, I guess, that doesn't necessarily compute for each department specifically. So I think it sounds like, and it also sounds like there are some of these, for example, like the computer, phone, maintenance and replacement, and the good old furniture and equipment category, that those are sort of finance categories, but don't necessarily give you all the detail for each specific department. Would that be?
Yeah, so we break it up across, there's fixed cost that has a formula that we break up across all departments, and then anything specialized over it, like the PD would have tons of specialized things and equipment, you would see that in a different line item. So there's operational costs that are spread across the citywide departments.
Thank you. That word fixed cost
Yes.
was the key. So thanks for that.
Really quick, just want to make Commission aware that Commissioner Haddon had to step out. Commissioner Oha, do you have any?
Yes. Very good presentation.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
And I just want to say that I know the vehicles that APD drives, and they are good vehicles, and I know that for a fact. But the question I want to ask is, I noticed that the budget is lower for the police community volunteers than for the police community policing. That amount is enormous, you know, compared to the police community volunteers. Is it because those vehicles, there's not as much wear and tear on those vehicles?
Yeah, exactly. So our police volunteers, I mean, they have a fixed number of vehicles, which are civilian vehicles, that there's no need for emergency equipment, right? They're not getting in. Unfortunately, we don't let our volunteers get in high-speed pursuits and stuff like that. If we did, we probably have more volunteers. But so they just drive basic cars, so that they don't have to put the same wear and tear on the cars. So that's why it is lower.
Lower. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering my
No
question.
problem.
So sorry, Joe. Okay, so I did have one more thing I forgot to mention. Well, two more things. So I noticed that you said the lights don't go off at the department, and that's like expensive. It's like
I was joking by saying that, but I was just saying we can.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause I was gonna say, is there a way we can invest in solar panels to like, you know, I heard it's a lot cheaper over time. But
Well, I think everybody can probably, do a better part in saving electricity. I just made it. I was joking that there's a $400,000 PG&E bill.
I
so
wrote it down.
But it'd probably be a good idea if we bring a consultant in, or even PG&E. PG&E, I know they do it at no cost. They come in and kind of show, hey, you can save money here and there, and maybe it's something we can do.
One of the other hats I wear is I'm working on a healthy homes project for Contra Costa County, and so we're trying to, retrofit homes for solar and battery. So I was like, let me ask this question. Right. And then my other thing was, for our training, does that include NACOL conference that we'll be traveling to? That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One last one for me is on the subject of the consultant contracts.
Yes.
See a dollar amount designated for 1 year. Are those contracts extend beyond that? Do they go up? I mean, I know cities looking at budget challenges over the next couple of years.
Yeah, they can, but these are all year by year contracts.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we have a need for the services and we need to extend them, we typically renew them on an annual basis, typically before July 1 of every year, when the new fiscal begins.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
You have that?
Yes, I just have one more question. I was wondering, are you able to give a summary of what Chaplain Hill does? I'm just curious to know, because I heard what you said, but to me, it just did not, to me, it did not make
Oh, yeah.
sense to me.
Absolutely. They are a very large investigative firm. And so they are a lot of times they're retired police detectives, retired chiefs of police, individuals that have a lot of experience in investigating crimes and misconduct. So if we have somebody make a complaint to our internal affairs division that an officer did some type of misconduct, we gather information and then send that information to Chapel and Hill. They conduct the investigation rather than the police department conducting the investigation, so that there's no bias involved. Basically, the police department isn't being investigated by its own officers. So it's being sent to an independent firm. They investigate it. They write up an investigative report with their findings. That report goes back to the chief of police, and the chief of police makes a decision based off the findings.
So this individual is a chaplain.
Oh, no, that is his last name,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay,
So I
got
think
it, got it.
Chaplain.
Got it.
Chaplain is the last name of one of the owners. Hill is the last name of the other
Okay,
owner.
thank you.
And they have a number of employees that work for them.
Thank you.
Company name, yeah.
Commissioner Alquachi?
Okay. I wanted to go back to the overtime budget, because you had mentioned that overtime had gone down because you've hired more officers. How do we find that? Like what it was in 2022 to 23 and so on and so forth from each year? Can we see it from looking in this document?
No, you can't. We had to go through and just kind of working with the finance department, kind of determine how much money was allocated. Well, let me back up. A lot of the, and I probably failed to mention this, a lot of the overtime wasn't just for training, but our officers, we were so short, the officers had built-in overtime. So they had, the way their schedules were, they had 16 hours of mandatory overtime every month. And then on top of that 16 hours of mandatory overtime, they also had about 10 hours a month of training overtime. So that's 26 hours a month per officer for built-in overtime and training. Well, now that we've been hiring a significant amount of officers and our staffing is increasing, we're able to restructure our schedule so there is no built-in overtime in their schedule, and all the training is done on their work week on straight time. So now the only overtime they're working, if it's like a special assignment, they're working overtime. If it's court, if they have to help out and pick up a shift because somebody called in sick, that's the type of overtime that we're paying now compared to in the past. It was, like I said, it was built in the schedule and also on the training. So I think we calculated by just how many officers do we have on patrol, and every officer was working 26 hours overtime per month minimum, just forced. So we were able to eliminate that, and that's what made up that dollar amount.
Okay. There's no way we can actually see like a comparison from first quarter last year to first quarter
I can
this
check with
year?
our finance department. I don't know if they break it down by overtime rates. I'm sure we can figure that.
Okay. Being able to compare the overtime budget from last year first quarter to this year, that kind of thing. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, that would be great.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
No, good, thank you.
Good? Okay. Leaves me, fun fact, I went to Reach.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Were you
look
a
in
success
Nicole.
story, obviously?
Yeah, success
Okay.
story, right?
Good.
And Antioch High School referred me. I was a great teenager. See, we have something in common.
Yeah,
in
it's a
your
great program.
community.
A lot of people don't know about it. And so every year we have the Juvenile Justice Department out of there. They report to a judge in County Superior Court, and I could be messing up the name. But they go around different police agencies and they look at what agencies are doing right, what agencies are doing wrong. And every year they come to our facility and they're amazed by the REACH program, and they always tell us, how come you're the only PD that has this program? I can't answer that question other than I think we're ahead of the time when it comes to that, and I think we're all in agreement. We want to keep our youth out of the justice system, and REACH is one way to do that. So
I agree. Myself and the young lady who went there. We came as, we weren't friends when we got there. We left as friends. So yeah, it's a good program. So leaning into a question that was asked via community, where is community engagement's budget within the structure?
We don't have a line item specifically for community engagement. We, a lot of times in our admin budget category, there's a business expense line item that we would use that for community engagement events. Same with our community policing budget category. There is a business expense category, same in our volunteer program. So what I can tell you, we have done a lot for the youth over the years, and I can just rattle off a few things where we use some of that community engagement money that's in the business expense category, or we fundraise, we get donations from our Police Officers Association, we get donations from our Management Association. So every July we do a backpack giveaway where this is put on by our records division and also our dispatchers. They give away, I'd say, right around 100 backpacks, if not more, to underprivileged children every July, and that's all money that it's fundraiser money or a small amount of money that we pull from the business expense category. We have our National Night Out events where we actually provide money to different neighborhood watch groups who want to host neighborhood block parties during the first Wednesday in August. We pull that out of the volunteer business expense category. And I think we give them $150 so they can buy hamburgers, hot dogs, whatever they need. Every October, we didn't do it last October, we're gonna do it this October. We have a huge Halloween event at the PD, thousands and thousands of dollars of candy and costumes and props. A lot of that is all donated. Officers donate their money to that program. In the past, we've done Thanksgiving meals. We haven't done it the past few years. We'll do that again. A lot of that is all fundraiser money. Adopt a Family, we have a huge Adopt a Family program every December. We feed many families, 50 plus, provide gifts to needy families. We work with the school district to identify families in need, and our police officers adopt these families and out of their own pocket pay for gifts, whatever it may be. That happens every year. Our high school basketball events and stuff like that, those are no cost items. We just need to find officers that are capable of going out there and playing basketball or hanging out. We have our PAL program, Police Activities League, which is mostly funded by our police officers. We use those funds for Junior Giants. We use those funds also recently. A bunch of our officers took some youth out to the Warriors game. That's funded by PAL. Then we have our Reach Juvenile Diversion Program and Early Intervention Program, which is also outreach stuff. So with that being said, that we do a lot of work. That is just funded by the officers themselves or our police officer associations.
Is there no specific amount allotted that we can put a number to? I believe in like the last budget review, there was a subsection that we could read. I think it was like 786,000 specific to a title of community engagement.
Yeah, as far as the PD goes, I'm almost certain we don't have a line item for public or for community engagement. But I think what you're referring to is maybe a line item that is in the Department of Public Safety's budget.
Not sure. I will look.
I'm pretty sure.
Follow up because it was definitely in the line of questions that we had for the budget session that we're currently in, because we wanted to know what the 786,000 whatever amount was.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. I tell you, if the police department has 786,000 for community engagement, would be doing scholarships and all kinds of. That's a lot of money.
That's
so
what
we do a lot of work with limited money. So that's a lot of money. So I don't know where that money's at, but that's not in the police department's budget.
Okay. And then just for clarification, on the budget 3175 for special investigations.
Yes.
You mentioned that you guys have the contract with Enterprise.
Yes.
Do the officers drive other vehicles outside of the Enterprise vehicles?
That's it. I
So
mean, the detectives, so we have our detectives that are assigned to that division, they drive the Enterprise vehicles. And like I say, There's a number of reasons why they do that. I'm sure you can figure the reason why. They're
course.
doing work where they don't want to be spotted. Sometimes they don't want to get burnt, so they can go swap out a car every day if they wanted, or monthly, whatever it may be.
So my question isn't about, God bless you, is not about the contracts. I definitely understand
Yeah.
that. It is about the vehicle maintenance and replacement fees
Yes.
directly under that. We're not maintaining enterprise vehicles, right?
No, of course not. And that could be just a dollar amount that has this continued on, but there are no vehicles for that division that are city owned. They are all the rental vehicles.
So we can expect this fee to drop off, because it does decline from 12,000 to like 1,400 basically.
Yeah.
But what are we maintaining if we do not have vehicles to maintenance?
Yeah, and that money there is just going into a general vehicle replacement fund. So if it's not needed for that unit, then that money would be used to replace vehicles for. And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of times the vehicle replacement fund, it's a citywide fund. So it's replacing not just, it all goes into one big pot, and then if Public Works needs a new dump truck or whatever it may be, it comes from that fund. Same with if code enforcement needs a new car, it comes from there. So that's just that money from each department is put into one big vehicle replacement fund.
Okay. And then for similar question as Commissioner Alakwachi, for the facility upgrades, I'm assuming those numbers came from some kind of quotes?
Yes.
And we have a timeline for the actual updates to the building?
Yes, as soon as possible. Some of them are CIP projects,
Right.
so they're already in the works. So we're, the city has purchasing guidelines, so if it's over a certain amount, we have to either go out to RFP or get a number of different bids. So that is currently in the works.
That was my next question, the RFP question. All right, that's all for me. Anyone else have any other questions? Go ahead.
Just curious, do you have a grant writer?
We do not.
You don't? So how do you guys go out and?
Yeah, so we have a talented public affairs. So we pay, very good money for them to identify funding opportunities. So they've turned in a couple for the police department, and we're proposing to add a grant writer in our next biennium. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and Ms. Scott answered that one for you. But we also, some of the grants aren't that difficult, and we have, I've authored a few grants. Some of our sergeants have authored grants, so we do get some grant funds that are just basically grant applications that can be done by an officer or lieutenant.
Commissioner Wood?
Yeah, I did write something else down about the property evidence building.
Yes.
I can't find the line item that says how much it was expended. Is it the last page? I was saying I'm all for having a APD-owned facility.
Property evidence
Yeah.
facility, okay.
Property evidence facility, because, I mean, if we're spending money to have it outsourced, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's being stored in different, and the locations where it's being stored, it's not here in town, it's kind of
Yeah.
a distance. So if we want something, it is kind of a hassle if we need it for court or whatever it may be.
Yeah, so it's 150,000 proposed, which is, I mean, I would think you would be saving more money if you had it here, right?
Yeah, I know we've done the math on it, and the $80,000 for the paving and the 150 for the building, that's a pretty minimal cost. We'd make that back pretty quick, considering we're probably spending, $50,000 a year storing it off-site.
Okay, and does that come down to the city manager's office or the council's budget proposal to get? The council, okay,
Yeah.
okay, to get that approved. Okay.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the upcoming council meetings, they're discussing capital improvement projects, and I believe that's on the list.
Awesome, thank you, that's it.
Of course.
I just have one more question regarding the police animal control support. It was stated that the budget for personnel, it seemed like that it is going to increase this year and next year. The question I have is this budget, is it related to animals, pets, dogs, for example? Because I have a dog that are found out there just wandering around that may appear to be sick, injured?
Yeah, I think it's a wide range of different situations. I don't have all the answers when it comes to the animal services division, but I know there's people surrender dogs and cats and animals all the time. We go to unfortunate animal abuse cases where the animals have to be taken. There's a wide range of ways they end up getting in or housing an animal, and I know they do the best they can to find homes for them through adoptions and so forth. I know they do great work with what they have, and any increases to their budget they have, I know it's just because the overall increase of costs for different vaccinations, medical supplies, veterinary bills, stuff like that.
Right. Thank you.
Of course.
And IS in the back is asking you to speak into your mic, adjust your gooseneck, because we're streaming on YouTube and they can't hear you. And that's for all of you. Thanks.
Yeah, I think for me, the major concern leaving here is just making sure that we do have a number specific that we can allocate to community engagement. I think it's important as we move forward, especially like in the rebuilding of the force, for community to know that they are a priority.
Absolutely.
That's for me. Okay.
Ms. Taylor, do you mind if I answer the citizens'
Absolutely.
questions real quick? So I believe Ms. May asked about the sexual assault investigators. We currently have 9 detectives. That's not enough, so we're working on adding to our investigations bureau. But all of our detectives have the skills to investigate a sexual assault, but we do have 2 detectives that are specifically assigned to sexual assault investigations. And as we increase our investigations division, we plan to add a 3rd as well. So that is one of our concerns. But what I can tell you with the 2 detectives we have right now, they're some of the best in the business. They do a great job investigating those cases. So great work. Cole Pro Media, all I can tell you is my dealings with Cole Pro Media at the police department. If we have some type of press release we're sending out, we need some type of training on camera presentation, we defer, or we contact Cole Pro Media. But they also provide other services for the city. I can't touch on those, but I can just tell you that that's what Cole Pro does for the police department, is assist us with our communications with the media. Animal services, that's really outside the PD's control. I know for many years there's been discussions about partnering with the county. I think that's ultimately a council decision, and we don't have any control over that. The community engagement funds, Ms. Gardner, we agree with you on that. That'd be nice to have, and Ms. Taylor, a line item for community engagement money. The remodel of PD, that has, as I mentioned, it was built in the early 90s. There's things that we have been slowly remodeling it. Recently remodeled our property and evidence department. We've done some of our offices. So we're slowly trying to hit one part of the building at a time. And Ms. Gardner or Ms. May, if you want to come down to the PD, I can walk you through the PD to kind of see the state the PD is in. And then I think you'll agree that we need some replacements in certain areas. So especially we get a lot of comments about our carpet. It's so we need to get our carpet replaced. So yeah, so we're being as fiscally responsible as we can to get that replaced and within reason. And then the last thing I think we answered was the disposition codes for the Angelo Quinto response team. That's in the works. So if nobody has any further questions, I'm always available. My contact information, just you can go to the city website. My email's there, my phone number's there. And if any of the commissioners have any questions on anything, even outside budget, feel free to reach out anytime, and I'll get right back to you with an answer.
One more quick question. You reminded me when you brought up Leslie May's statement in regards to the sexual assaults. Is there generally a contract with a social worker from the county that comes out that works with you all?
They work with CIC, that I believe is funded by the county. It's the Child Interview Center. So any type of juvenile interview related to some type of sexual assault is conducted there by professionals, by experts, and our detectives observe the interviews.
In a recent situation where myself and Leslie May worked on, what we noted is that there was only one person from the county that could come out, and that youth waited weeks to be interviewed. And so just pointing out that I don't know if that's a communication between self, county, city, and county, or if there's a way to have a general contract, because the wait time was horrendous for that child.
Yeah, so the CIC is specific to abuse crimes where the police department is investigating, and there's probably a whole host of things that the social services department on Delta Fair Boulevard, they have, and also in the county, they have social workers that investigate a wide range of things. So they kind of do a lot of times the preliminary investigation depending on the level. If it's like I don't want to call it low level because nothing's low level with children, but let's say it's a neglect case where it's an anonymous source, that may go to the county first and the county will follow up on it. If they find that there's actual significant crime occurring or it is something the police think involved, they then make a referral to us, and then our detectives would get involved, or our officers and our detectives, and so forth. So, yeah, I can't speak to the response times of the county or the social services that the county provides, but we do have a partnership with them, and they do refer cases to us on a regular basis.
I was more so looking to see who it was funded by, but you answered that it's funded by the county.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
On to new business. He's probably going to end up coming right back down here, huh? We're going to have,
Do we need to take action on that?
no. Yes, so we are going to have the police chief's designee come down and provide an update.
Hello, good evening. How you doing? My name is Lieutenant Droge. I am the watch commander for the patrol division. I have a presentation of a relationship with the PSP program at the moment, so just bear with me. It's a little dry, but a few facts for y'all. So good evening, Commission, City Attorney, City Manager, and community. I just want to let you know in 2021, we at APD applied for assistance through the Bureau of Justice Assistance National Public Safety Partnership Program, also known as PSP in short. This program is designed to assist communities suffering from serious violent crime and enhance the agency's capacity to fight crime collectively. In working with PSP, agencies receive innovative framework to build capacity to address crime, ability, and growth. A short time after applying, APD was informed they were accepted into the program. Our liaison from the very beginning has been Chief Lisa Womack, who's in the back over there. She's here tonight as an observer, but I also wanted to recognize her and her hard work, her guidance, her partnership over the last few years. She has been instrumental in guiding the department in new partnerships, while also assisting in assessments and implementations to further our capacity towards fighting crime and building capacity. It has been no secret that shortly after we entered into the partnership, the agency was investigated by the FBI. This hindered our involvement in the program, but it did not stop it. Throughout the last few years, as we continue to build staffing and capacity, we were able to receive several operational assessments. We received assessments in strategic planning, non-fatal shootings, technology, crime analysis, and most recently, community engagement. These assessments were shared with the police department, and we were able to implement many new processes. We've been meeting regularly with the Department of Public Safety, discussing crime trends and mapping of violent crimes in an effort to reduce violence. Our crime analysts have been changing the way they look at data and overlaying it into mapping software for more accuracy in tracking crimes and crime trends, not only here, but throughout the region. This has expanded our capacity and helped us work with other agencies to solve larger regional crimes involving multiple people. Throughout our time in the program there has been also been training opportunities and peer exchanges that have benefited the department. Personnel have been able to attend the PSP Summit, which is a summit designed to bring agencies together to learn and share strategies to reduce violence, build on community engagement, and increase partnerships. Staff have also attended the Professionalizing Law Enforcement Community Engagement Training, also known as PLESIT. It is a conference. It's an annual conference. This conference was designed to provide sworn and non-sworn staff with specialized training in community engagement, building partnerships, and sharing successful stories and strategies. The P-Exchange program works hand in hand with the trainings and allows officers to participate in BJA trainings across the United States. This also allows staff to exchange personnel with other agencies in the program to learn and share information across the wide range of violence reduction programs. Our staff have seen large drone programs and deployments. They've seen shooting investigation trainings, stolen vehicle reduction tactics, and community engagement programs and meetings. Our participation in the program has played a pivotal role in moving our agency forward in the last few years. We look forward to our remaining time in the program, as well as several upcoming trainings we'll be participating, including the PLESIT conference, which I will be attending in about 2 weeks. And I just wanted to thank you for your time and also recognize Chief Womack for being present in this meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll have public comment and then same will open up for discussion after. Is there any public comment?
No, we do not have any public comments.
Discussion? Oh, you.
I just really quickly wanted to make just a quick statement, really. I just hate hearing I think you said it like 50 times, community engagement, and then also associated that with crime and police going out there and dealing with. I wish y'all could use another word for that, because for me, community engagement is fun, being out there in some of our underserved communities and having our officers, walk the streets and talk to our youth, and that's community engagement to me. So I don't know, that kind of triggered me a little bit, just community engagement and policing. I know it's, fine line, but that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Like officer interactions. Something. Any other public comment?
Thank you for that presentation. I just have, he said the National Public Safety Partnership Program, but he named another thing. He used initials. So first of all, we need to stop using acronyms. Say it out loud. So folks, we don't know what it means. I want to know what it means. And you said you were going to training there. And so I'm wondering, with the second one where he said he's going to training or going to a conference, is the community ever invited to this, or is it just for law enforcement officers? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Discussion?
Yes, I was wondering, you have to tell me your name again. If you could tell me where the training was located and whether it was here in the Bay Area or whether you had to fly down to LA, Southern Cal.
Absolutely. So,
Thank you.
Jaroge is my name, last name. Yeah, first name is Joe. Yeah, we'll just go with Joe. It's easier. Less syllables. As far as the trainings, so they happen all over the United States. I went to the peer support conference. It was in Minneapolis in the winter. It was very cold. I don't recommend go to Minneapolis during that time of year, but yeah, it was very well attended. The Pluset Conference, which is coming up in June, is going to be in Chicago. One of our detectives, he was part of the peer exchange. He went out to North Carolina. I don't know exactly the agency that he went to, and he went to a conference and a training related to non-fatal shootings. So it varies where the trainings happen and the conferences, but it's, yeah, throughout the United States. Yeah.
And I have one more question. I keep saying that, but this is my last question for you.
It's all right.
Do you know if what the topics were in that training? If it was related to recent police-involved shootings throughout the United States?
No, the non-fatal shootings are investigations related to where it's a crime where the victim does not pass away from being shot. There's a way other agencies are investigating those crimes where they have the personnel to actually focus on those kinds of crimes, and they dedicate either 2 or 3 detectives per crime, and they're able to either resolve or get better leads that way because they have the staffing. Not only do they have the staffing, but they're also able to concentrate on that one case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It, 2.6 on this is the strategic plan at a glance. Is that a part of what you were talking about? This what is it called? The National Public Safety Partnership?
Yes.
Okay. 2.6, it says establish the PIO as the source for all internal PD. And then we heard earlier that you guys don't have a PIO right now.
Correct.
So for this plan, who's the PIO handling that? They're setting up the social media and
So we don't have a PIO currently. These are recommendations that were made by the PSP
right.
body. We don't have, at the moment, we don't have the staffing for the PIO to get filled. Their recommendations are made, they were made at a time when the agency had much lower staffing, and they were making recommendations that we were trying to build upon, and we're slowly getting there. God willing, and as things continue to trend upward for us, we hope to achieve the PIO position and fill it.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything else.
So if we look at the strategic plan at a glance, and to Commissioner Elagawachi's question about the PIO, is it safe to assume that the strategic plan and then the agreement with the Department of Justice and all of those other programs and so on that are coming together, this is all going to morph or dovetail into one big
Yes.
plan?
Yes. So as you know, we're still working out the negotiations with the consulting agreement, and we just had our chief, chosen. So just give us a little bit of time to implement the strategic plan as well as components of the settlement agreement, and you'll see all of this coalesce together. So from community engagement to our communications plan. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner, is your mic on or do you? Oh, okay. Any other comments? Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just to answer your question, Ms. May, the Pluset Conference, it stands for Professionalizing Law Enforcement Community Engagement Training. And I'll show you the paper so you get all the words. Okay? I know it's a mouthful. You're welcome.
All right. Item 5-2, discussion on the selection of the 2 future commission meeting days to conduct the 2 commission meetings at locations other than City Hall. For our new commissioners, we do have a requirement that we host 2 meetings outside of this location. Last year, it was selected that we do one at the Community Center on Lone Tree Way and the other at Antioch High School, so that the entirety of Antioch has easy accessibility to the meetings. I did have a conversation with the chief in regards to them wanting to do an equipment display for us to show us the equipment that they utilize. And that would be a conflict to do at Antioch High School. So they did propose that that meeting happens at the other location options. We also have the ability to suggest other locations. And we can do public comment before we start. Public comment?
First will be Nicole.
Yeah, so I just saw that and I was confused. I get trying to have it in like different districts to get the community involved, but to be honest with you, I've tried to make all of your meetings. I didn't really see it make a difference. I mean, the people that showed up, and the people that didn't. I think when I really think about it, I think more. And you guys don't have like social media. That's one thing too. Like you guys just have to push out there to the communities that to the community that these meetings are going on. I spoke last time about the ad hoc committee meetings and trying to get the public involved with that. Figure out a way to try to publish the meeting. I mean, I think people really believe that these meetings are important. This commission is important, but it does take a lot. I mean, it's late, I got to make dinner for my boys before I come. And, it could be a lot for some folks, but I don't really think that the place for the meetings made a difference when you did it last time. That's just my thoughts. But yeah, I'm for whatever. I'll come. So good luck with that.
Leslie May.
Okay, so we did that when I was a commissioner. Nobody showed up really. So my suggestion is going to the neighborhoods where they will show up. This apartment building right here, Eden Housing, right down the street here. They've owned that complex. They own another one it's on the complex between West 4th, I think it is, and West 6th. They have another one off of West 8th, I think. But anyway, they are open to people coming and speaking. They said they'll pass out everything you need to all their tenants or something. You need to come. Then there's the one over in Sycamore. They've got one over there by their swimming pool, and the same thing advertised. So go to the neighborhoods where people care, because all I see is people when I do look at Facebook now, is criticizing, saying all kind of stuff about individuals, criticizing they ain't nothing, they ain't this, and all the rest of the crap about, it's being racist and all the same bull crap. So they're not gonna come out. They're gonna shoot their mouth out on, the whatever you call it, the blogs. But to actually come out, they're not. But if you go to the areas that are deepest hit, these are two areas where they have suffered a lot. And they still are suffering. And then there was also an area that is Contra Loma, where there's that Lucky's is there. There's some buildings around there too where we could go. So what I'm saying is go to the areas where somebody will really care and would like to come and at least support you, because the rest of the areas, they don't care. They don't believe in this. So quit doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different reactions or solutions, whatever you want to call it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Discussion.
Yeah, thank you for those suggestions. I do have a idea of where we can have one. I would say maybe one of the high schools, maybe Deer Valley or the middle school. Just, it's important that we have community come to our meetings, and, it's great to see y'all, but it's like the reason this commission exists is because we want to serve the community and we need their input, and it's supposed to be, how they want to shape our department together. And so, we have to work on community outreach, different tactics we can use. I see Tiki has her hand up. Oh. Yeah, you missed public comment. Yeah, sorry.
Can you suspend the rules for one more?
Oops. Don't do that, Devin. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so hi, everyone. Not a Brown Act violation. So I do think that we do need to work with our community members that do show up to our meetings to like get other people to come, you know. And maybe the community engagement ad hoc, once we establish it again, we can work on ways to do more, you know. Hey guys, we're having a meeting first and third Mondays at 6:30, you know. That's pretty much it. It's just been a big thing for me since I've been on the commission. I want to see more engagement from the public. So.
Okay, can I just make this recommendation, because I know where all the action is going down at. I know the area that really is being neglected, and it is District 1. And in that district, there are, now I'm going to go faith-based, and the reason being because that's where it really begun many, many years ago, before I was born. So there's 2 churches in that area who I know will be more than happy to host our meeting. And I'm not going to name the churches now, but there's one on East 18th Street, in the middle, where everything is going on, that I believe we should target. We should target that particular location. And then if we don't want to go there, then there's another faith-based organization on A Street, the corner of A Street and East 18th Street. This is where everything is happening, and the area is not getting the services that it deserves.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate, so don't be mad at me, but I feel like if a community member does not identify with a certain faith group, then they will not feel welcome coming into a church. So hopefully we can lean into like spaces that are publicly safe and comfortable for all community members, that do not force them to be in an uncomfortable environment.
But let me say, we don't know that. We don't know whether people are going to feel uncomfortable or not, but we have to try. I mean, it doesn't hurt to give it a try, and if that does not work, then we know what we must do the next time around. Because going to the Antioch Community Center is okay, but I think we need to, as they say, go out in the trenches. We really do. And I'm all about going out in the trenches. So that's just my recommendation.
Definitely not opposed to Sycamore area or the community center, but those are like privately owned spaces. So we would have to do outreach to even see if they would be willing to host us. I 100% believe in like boots on the ground and being where things, you know, where attention is needed, more so at the Antioch Community Center where it's generally quiet. So I agree with you on that, and I definitely agree with community on that.
Just one thought, you know, the focus on District 1. What about Nick Rodriguez?
I am not opposed to that either. I know that is very close to this location.
Yeah. Few blocks out.
Barely, like literally like the next parking lot, right? Yeah.
And just maybe deviating off the subject slightly, maybe Captain Bittner can add a little bit to this, but I know that there's a huge effort to revitalize Neighborhood Watch, and there would be police present usually at a meeting to re-engage, but I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes right now to really energize that program again. And I think, you know, having these micro meetings in all the neighborhoods around town that they can put together, it's not the commission, but could be a subset of our meetings.
Community engagement ad hoc. That's what that sounds like, some
Yeah.
kind of community engagement ad hoc discussions. So we have 2 church locations, Nick Rodriguez Center, the Antioch Community Center, Antioch High School. Commissioner Kennedy?
To the point of the area over by Contra Loma, there's Mission Elementary School, which is just down the street from that shopping center. I think that contemplating an elementary school, contemplating a faith-based location, you have the positives, I think, that come with that are you have some built-in outreach. You have a congregation that you can reach out to encourage to attend. You have students and their families that if we work with the school district, they can, do some outreach, encourage their families to attend. I think that based on what I'm hearing, it is not as if the location or the locations where these meetings were held last year were wildly successful. So I think that we make an effort to try something different, and we see if we can do it better. And I think that hopefully by the time we get these meetings set, we've got that community engagement ad hoc in place that can do some additional work and to try to brainstorm, to look at ways to get people out there. I think it comes back to people feeling comfortable, people feeling engaged. Nicole is correct that not everybody is going to come sit here the first and third Monday of every month. But I think we want to try to encourage people to come out and learn and hear about what's going on and the efforts that are being made. And-
Go ahead.
And maybe tonight we decide on the dates, and then we all go back and we reach out to either churches, to a couple of schools, and see what opportunities might present themselves. And then we come back and we determine locations a little later on.
I am definitely for selecting the dates tonight, for sure. And again, in discussion with the chief, he wanted to have that display sooner than later. So making sure one of the dates are sooner than later. And then want to be clear that these meetings aren't something that we're deciding to do as a community engagement result. We're doing it because we're required to do it. And the same people that are in the space right now were present at the outside meetings the last time. We can all call out, we're live right now, and say we want more community to be present, right? But that is gonna take for us to boots on the ground, get out there and do it. And the city of Antioch can only do so much. They post it. If community comes, great, but we would have to definitely get out there and do more. So in appreciation of the folks that do come out, they did come to the other locations, and I foresee that they will be present at the next ones. I don't want us to get in the mind frame of like spacing out our work based on who's watching us, because our work must continue.
In terms of choosing a location, would it be best that we first select who's going to be on that committee, and then that committee can do the work of actually determining that? Because it seems like there's a lot of talk that has to go into why people are not showing up. It's not really about where they're going to be, the location, because folks, this is easy. Antioch is not a huge city, so it's easy to get to anywhere within Antioch. But it's the fact that people are not coming and why they're not coming. And I think that community engagement ad hoc can have some discussions about engagement, and we'll bring them in and make that something that we can decide on who can be on that as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely in agreement with that, but I don't want us to get too far off of the actual topic, which is scheduling the meetings.
I hear you.
As we actually have an active community engagement ad hoc. So they can work, and then as we go into our next meeting, agendizing the formation and addition of other members onto other ad hocs, that can definitely happen then, but I just want to make sure that we stay focused on selection of dates and these location picks.
I know the chief wants to do this as soon as possible, but we're heading into the summer, and nobody wants to be involved in anything in the summer. These are the worst
I like
months.
the summer.
You do? I do just get involved, but most people don't, right? Most people are on vacation, they're not, their kids are out of school, so they're not gonna be interested in what's going on civically as much as they would in the fall and winter and spring. So we might be missing an opportunity, and we might be setting ourselves up to not have anybody show up, and the chief has gone through all this dedicated, hard work of making sure his men are coming out, his staff is coming out there to demonstrate things, and you got nobody there.
The presentation is for us.
Oh, gotcha, now I understand.
Yes,
All right.
so the presentation will be for us, the same way that they present at every other meeting that we have. He will do a presentation. It'll just be an interactive presentation, so we'll actually be able to get up, see the, whatever they bring to present to us, and if community is present, they will too.
I'm actually pushing for something that's not in the summertime. Summer months they kind of bite. Yeah, September, kicking it off like in the fall or winter or something.
What month?
September?
September?
October.
For one of the meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about the second?
Did we have to do it this year? Is
Yeah.
it within this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably don't want to run into,
Not the holidays.
not the holidays. So maybe September and the beginning of November.
Oh, yes,
What about?
yes.
So we would have September 2nd or
Okay.
September 16th as an option?
Oh, 16th, because I think the holiday is somewhere around that 2nd, right? Labor Day?
Labor Day
It's
is
on a
the
Monday.
1st.
It's the first.
It's the
so
first.
yeah, So
Mhm.
maybe,
And actually, yes, because I will be out of state.
okay.
So, thank you for pointing that
Mhm.
out. Okay, so it's September 16th? Yeah, it's not.
I believe it's actually September 15th.
Is it really?
What
Yes.
is it?
Yeah, if you have the staff report, we have the list of
Oh,
all
it's
the dates.
15th, you're right.
Yes.
You are right. Thank you. And November would be either the 3rd or the 17th. Everyone's good with the 3rd?
I don't do my best to bring myself available, but that's my birthday weekend, so,
Aw.
so I mean, I do my best. You excuse me.
So would you prefer the 17th?
Well, no, it's up to everyone else, whatever you all.
Does the 17th work for everyone?
Yep. Sorry. Thank you, Ron.
Does the 17th work for everyone?
Works for me.
Commissioner Mitchell? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty open, 9:15 and 11:03 or
In
17.
celebration of birthday breaks. November 17th. So we have September 15th and November 17th.
Okay.
And we will come back for location choices. Is that the full?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to do the community engagement work for that, so see what would be the best fit.
Yeah, we actually have to do, if we're considering utilizing private spaces, we would have to do some outreach.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm leaning to
What
the
about your
community
event
engagement.
space?
We can definitely utilize my space.
Yeah.
That is an option. It's on Lone Tree.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that should be one option then,
It's
if that's
definitely
okay
an
with you.
option.
It's right there by Rayleigh's.
Your partner will see this on Thursday. It's on Lone Tree Way. It's an event space. It's 3,000 square feet. Intentional event space.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to discuss it now, but I think that's a good option.
Yeah, I think that sums it all up right there. Figure to location.
Commissioner Oha, when you speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody remember, because they can't hear us live
Yeah.
when we talk without our mics. So we'll come back, final decision for locations with the add-on of the event space. And then community engagement, leaning towards y'all to do outreach to those private spaces, Sycamore area spaces, churches that were mentioned. All right, cool. Do we need to vote to secure these? Okay, is there a motion to secure September 15th and November 17th as the two confirmed dates?
I'll make the motion to secure September 15th and November 17th for our locations for our meetings, for our dates outside of City Hall.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a vote, please?
The motion to approve September 15th and November 17th and to come back with the locations for those off-site meetings passes 6-0 with Commissioner Haddon absent.
Thank you. And agenda item 6 is public comment. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have a public comment from Leslie May.
I just wanted to say she's gone. Congratulations to Commissioner Haddon for graduating yesterday from UC Berkeley, getting her master's in public policy and management, I believe. And also, that's one. Number two, I'm going to say what I said again last meeting. The new commissioners need all the handouts that we've had since we started, so they can read up on their handouts, understand what's going on, get caught up. Because I don't know if they just don't want to watch all the videos, but in order to be caught up, so they don't have to keep repeating the same stuff over again. Either give them all the handouts so they can read through them, or ask them to watch the meetings, because that way they can go quicker. The meetings can go quicker. And you'll be up to speed on everything that's been done prior to you sitting on this commission. That's it.
Thank you.
Tiki?
Hi, long time no see. Couple things. The locations, I think that's good. Y'all did hit on point that y'all have to do community engagement, but as you guys are knocking on these doors, I need to make sure that you know that some of them are traumatized. And so when you guys are asking them to come out and re-traumatize themselves and tell you guys what happened to them when it's already out here, it's a bit redundant. So we've been here. We know that they have beaten us. We know that they have drugged us. We know that they have sicked their dogs on us. We know the things that we already know should be the things that y'all should be addressing, right? So regardless if it's us three that's here in the audience or it's full, you guys have a whole plate to address, right? Before you even need anybody else to come in and say there's nothing else to be said. It's done. They did it. They told you. It's exposed. Work on that. What about the ethics committee? What about what I'm trying to say? The community, just breathe. The culture sensitivity, them addressing and learning how to talk to somebody culturally, telling them not to sick their dogs on us, telling them that we're human beings and not just a number or, a person on your beat. Those things that's been exposed is what needs to be addressed. So y'all don't need a bunch of us in the audience. What y'all need is to go back into those text messages and see what they have done to us and go and ask them, how is this going to be addressed? Will this be addressed? My concern is this. My recommendation is this. We've already been here. We've been here for a whole year and a half, 2 years, telling y'all what we want, what is needed. What's the purpose? Get to work, do your job. We told y'all already. If you start there, then the process will be a lot more easier. If you start there, then more people will come because they're gonna say, oh, well, they addressed the issue. They helped, they did something. Not, oh, what else? What else? We told you guys already. It's redundant. Do what tell them to stop pulling us over for no reason. Tell them to stop sicking their dogs on us. Tell them to stop just dragging us out of the car. Like for real.
Nicole?
Okay, so thank you, Tiki, for that. And this is kind of similar to what I was wanted to speak about too. So I just kind of realized I did see your podcast and talking about the beautification of the downtown area and what they're trying to do down there. So that kind of triggers me because I can see it. I can see beautiful water, river, whatever, but I can't even enjoy the thought without thinking about the unhoused that they're going to obviously displace. And when we go to the city council, and I just thought about this yesterday, like if they don't put anything in the budget for a managed encampment or any funding whatsoever for that, the sweeps are going to continue. And I mean, it's going to get worse. It's already bad. But once they start getting those businesses in and those folks in and revitalizing the downtown area, Amtrak, it's going to be horrible for folks that are living down there if they don't have a place for them to be. So I kind of want to, kind of switch course here with just going what Tiki said. That is absolutely 100% correct. I think that she is so right when we talk about getting more people in, right? But we really have to understand that all of the stuff, we have been here for over a year, and there have been other community members that have lightweight filled the room, quarter of the room is filled, that's good. But at the same time, what have we addressed? Because I still haven't seen anything as far as homeless encampment sweeps and holding APD accountable and even code enforcement accountable to see what exactly they're doing when they go out there on these streets to make sure they're not criminalizing homelessness. And then also when we talk about, like she said, getting pulled over, I think about my sons every single day driving. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the complaints. You guys can't even see the complaints. Like, we're not talking about all these things that matter that the community has said for over a year, but we want to get more folks in here, though. I mean, that's gonna be hard for y'all. That's just more work, more complaints, more people saying, oh, I was traumatized, this, that, and the other. Y'all have so much work that y'all need to be working on right now. And I think she is so right when she said, when you start showing us, when I can come here, because I'm getting sick of saying the same thing. So when I can come here and be like, oh, okay, so they did bring up homeless sweeps. Oh, okay, so they did do a report on that. Oh, okay, so we are talking about community engagement, different things. Once you show up at this commission, at these meetings, and you say, hey, look, we're working on this. We're serious about what you guys are saying and your concerns. That's when you're going to get the people. You ain't, and like she said, we ain't going to get nobody in no summertime. Everybody trying to do that. We're not going to get the people to turn up to these meetings if y'all not addressing the concerns that the community has already had. I'm not going to go and invite nobody to these meetings if I'm coming every single week and y'all ain't even addressing what I'm talking about, homelessness. So that's just something to think about.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Thank you. Yes.
Listening to everyone, something that I want to raise is that going back to what this ordinance is all about, what this commission is all about. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but the commission doesn't have the teeth that you're expecting it to have. It's about policies, procedures, practices. And if the city attorney is over there, you can talk about what the scope of the commission is to get people to level set so everyone knows what to expect of this commission. Because, no, seriously, to really understand. Change. Yeah, policy changes.
So
but the way that.
Just as a matter, and I do, the last thing I want to do is discourage communication on this subject, but this is not an agenda item. A suggestion, if you want to schedule something along the lines where I think you're going, is on item 8. We can discuss future agenda items. Now, I do want to level set, to borrow the term. We can't get into a lengthy dialogue or even really a substantive dialogue. We can simply place this on a future agenda. The reason is, if people read this agenda, and it sounds like people do, they will see that they will not see that discussion tonight. And so they would not know to come here, whereas if they see this listed, they may come here. So I don't want to discourage what you want to talk about. I just wanted to mention under the Brown Act, which governs us, we can only really talk about putting that on a future agenda at this point.
Very good. Okay. So for the next item, it is our ad hoc committee report out. Do we have any public comment on the ad hoc committee report out?
Was that public a comment we just spoke
It was. Any public comment on the ad hoc committee report out?
Isn't the public comment after your report out?
It can go in any order. It doesn't have to be.
Tiki?
Don't forget to include the community when you guys hold your ad hoc committees meetings, because we are allowed to attend, and you will have a little more ideas. You could cross communication. It works. The community are the ones who actually is walking the streets and going to the stores, and they see what's going on. So that would help with the community engagement and all the other ad hocs as well.
Any other?
Just point of clarification, how do we know what to speak on if you haven't reported anything else?
It can go either way, but do you have public comment?
Yeah, after you report.
This is the public comment time frame. Any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Thank you. Would you like to report out for our ad hoc, since it was your first time going?
We took a look at the website, right, for the Antioch Police Department's website, where you can make complaints or compliments. And we did point out to the chief that there were some issues with the website, where if you want to make an anonymous complaint, there's nowhere for you to be able to do it. Also, there's 2 different ways to access that website, and the first page has your name, address, and everything. There's no anonymity. Then it directs you to Internal Affairs. And so you go to Internal Affairs, and Internal Affairs has a worksheet, a form that you fill out, and that's even more condensed and smaller, and it doesn't have a place for you to even type in what the complaint is. So we've given all the feedback. I've done screenshots for him so he can have that, and they can go ahead and move forward. He's given that over to their IT department and to their vendor that actually handles the website, so they can start looking into updating it and making improvements. So we wanted to just let you guys know about that. We also went over a bunch of policies and pointed out some things. And what I took away from that meeting was, it's not about semantics, like just changing a word here or sentence structure. It's really about something substantive. For instance, in one of the policies on personnel and social media, it didn't have anything about cell phones and text messaging. It's like that's one of the things that got them in trouble in the first place, right? So why isn't that in the policy? So we pointed that out to them. They went ahead and updated that. So it was things of that nature that, we're trying to review and catch these things as they're going, and we're going through it with a fine-tooth comb and giving feedback. And we've also let them know, too, it's like, we have ideas, like we're in there giving ideas, and we don't want to be constrained, and we're pushing back. And there were some other things, too, that I probably am missing. That you can think of. I had my notes, but,
Yeah,
but those are the main.
We leaned heavily into the complaints policy. It's come up several times in here where community members come in, they do not feel like their complaints were heard or that they received any kind of response. And so we recommended a very strict time frame for once a complaint is issued, like a 14-day turnaround for responses, and then a response at 6 months, and then a response again at 12 months or whenever the disposition is made on the complaint. And then we are in the process of drafting our own commissioner template email for community members who send their complaints to us. We will be directing you all to the actual website for the officers. However, the follow-up will be when you get that initial response, to please forward it to us as well so that we can have a log to counteract what they report to us quarterly. So there's another stream of accountability.
And I'll also just say that there are a number of policies that we are going to go back and revisit because I feel like they can be strengthened a bit more. And I don't actually have the names of the policies off the top of my head, but just know that we are working on things like complaints, internal affairs, and things, you know, that really have been mentioned here in the space. It just, you know, policy takes time. So I'm happy to have Commissioner Eliguachi on this. I feel like you have had a keen eye since it's only been our second meeting, so this is great. So thank you for the details that you provided and the input.
Commissioner does not hold back. She's on point. And then outside of that, we did agree, if y'all were here last week, we formed a new ad hoc, which kind of embodies just a lot of work. And so we did agree to come together to start prioritizing what that looks like and breaking it down. And our meetings are definitely open to the public. They're via Zoom. So, you know, I don't know if that looks like us sharing it with the city for it to be posted or something like that, but they are definitely open to community. Are there any other ad hoc report outs, community engagement? And the other ad hocs? Oh. Have y'all met?
We have not met, but we did attend an event, this Coffee with the Cops, if you want to talk about that.
Well, just that Target set up a great Coffee with the Cops event last Thursday, I believe. It ran from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Both Vice Chair Williams and I were there. They had a tremendous turnout of officers. Folks were engaging. I think there were some individuals who came simply because they knew the event was happening. But I think the other great thing about the location, which was the Starbucks there inside of Target, was that as shoppers were coming in and leaving, they had the opportunity to engage with folks. And I think that it was a good step. I know that there's been some interest expressed by the manager of the Starbucks in Blue Rock to hold a Coffee with the Cops event at that location. And I think that these are some of the kinds of things that we can use to reach out to the public, get them to meet the police officers, engage with them, ask questions, get answers. And if commissioners are able to attend, I think that's a bonus.
You have anything to add?
No. Thank you, Susan.
All righty. Agenda item 8, future agenda items.
For this one, I would love to see.
Hold on, public comment for this.
Oh,
You can discuss and then we'll do public comment at the end, like you prefer. Go ahead.
I do want to see a report on unhoused sweeps. It seems like something that we should look into. And of course, maybe someone from internal affairs can give a report on how complaints are handled. And can we also get a report on people who are pulled over, and can we see the demographic numbers of folks who are getting pulled over? Because that sounded like something that was of interest tonight. If our police department is, you know, restructuring, we would like to see some of the progress on. Yeah, I don't know how to word it, but I think, yeah, report on traffic stops would be nice to see with the demographic breakdown. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Williams, he already named some of the recommendations that I have, but one thing I think we should address is we should have see if we can get a report on update on sensitivity training, because that was something that was discussed about a year ago, and I don't believe a report was ever brought forward. So I'm going to request and make a recommendation that we get that on the agenda as soon as possible. Also, I am recommending that we have someone to come in from REACH and do a presentation. There's something else too, but I can't think of it right now. But, you know, that's all I have.
Great. Commissioner Kennedy?
I think that having a presentation from the Public Safety Department to get a little more input or information on the AQCRT, where those calls, what calls they're responding to. Where do some of these calls that we looked in the log, and it's like, who goes out to what types of calls, what do they decline, and then where all that dovetails together.
They're in the room, the crisis team, they're in the purple. They're in the room, they've been sitting here all evening. So purple jacket, and then the other two were also part of the crisis team. What the community was commenting, he's waving at you. What the community was commenting on is the fact that they have come and presented. And so they made a statement earlier about the new commissioners, basically homework, right? Going back and watching the old commission meetings so that you can see the presentations, because they presented several times, and they're generally here on Mondays too.
Okay.
Any other suggestions?
I don't know if you guys talked about this already, but the executive order, is that appropriate for me to be bringing up right now? Yeah, you know, the executive order that took place, I think it was April 28th, on the consent decrees and settlements being discontinued.
May I ask, what is the nexus between that and this? I mean, certainly an interesting and important topic, but what is the connection between this body and that and those?
Because ours
That
wasn't discontinued.
No, I'm saying it could be possibly discontinued at any moment. Is that possibility? Because that just came out on April 28th.
No, we're going forward with our agreement, whether it's
Oh, I see.
discontinued or not,
Okay.
so,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Because, but the way I read it, it was that they could potentially.
Yeah, no, and we confirmed that
you
when
did
we
confirm
met with the Department of Justice in DC.
Okay.
Our Mayor Pro Tem, myself, and Councilmember Wilson, as well as Chief Vigil and Chief Addington flew out last week, so.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's what
I think that we can come to you to talk about the terms, and so that you know what we're doing in the plan.
No, I'm fine with that. I
Okay.
just wanted to know how that would affect us when I saw that.
Yeah,
I read
we're
it.
committed to fulfilling the settlement agreement that we signed.
Okay.
Yeah.
No agenda items.
Thank you. I know that you briefly touched on handling of complaints earlier, and being a new member, is that being addressed in ad hoc?
It is. One of the ad hocs covers IA. Everything that we do in the ad hoc definitely has to come back before the body.
Okay. Okay, because one of the items that may be considered by the ad hoc would be that the presentations I've seen from the chief or the representative have been just numerical amounts of complaints. And there's no real status. The only thing that I've heard has been, you know, they have to be closed out within a year. And it would be nice if even, you know, the complaints are redacted in some way that, you know, identities and privacy and so forth could be preserved, but it would be, you know, we're supposed to be overseeing, and we don't really see the process, how it works.
Yeah, I believe there's some legalities in place that restrict
I'd
us
say
from.
to try to explore what
Yeah.
can and can't be done in that regard without, you know, crossing the line from a privacy standpoint. But it would be nice to see things make progress, because I've heard multiple complaints that, you know, you wait out a year and you just kind of lose interest in it. And
Fully agree, and that's why we are trying to implement the process that we spoke about.
Right.
Because that is us then not, you know, crossing the legal threshold with APD, but allowing community to trust us as a back-end source.
Right.
And so.
to reinforce that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so definitely agree, though, it's very vague what we get in our quarterly reports from the officers, and again, that's for legal purposes, because believe me, I tried.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I have, for future agenda items, for homeless sweeps, I have requested that presentation, Ms. Gardner. It is being put together by the city. I am waiting on that. The location selection for the future meetings, the ad hoc assignments, those were my suggestions. For the items that Commissioner Williams mentioned, for the internal affairs question he had, I think that the ad hoc can address that privately and then come back and report out. And then traffic and the demographics of stops. I feel like, and he's not here, so I kind of want that to be discussed a little bit more so I know exactly what we're looking for. 100% agree with you on the presentation for sensitivity training and reach. I think those are both great options. Do we want to prioritize these so that we don't have such a full agenda, or are we okay with adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items for the next meeting?
Well, I believe that report out on the homeless encampment sweeps, update on sensitivity training should be on our next agenda for our meeting, on the agenda for our next meeting. The others, you know, they are very important, but we don't have to discuss them, put them on the agenda right away.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other comments?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Just to let you know, AV says that the podium camera is out, so we can only get people from behind. Just to update. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Just one question, and this would be to the city manager. Being respectful of staff and all the things that they have on their plate, is expecting a presentation on unhoused sweeps and other and sensitivity training realistic for them to pull together in 2 weeks, or is that something that they would need more time to put together effectively and completely?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. The trainings can be answered by our captain or our chief at any time, including our plans to do training and upcoming trainings, what has already been done. Homelessness, we're talking about what is in the scope of this commission. I think there were questions about that earlier, and what we report out as it relates to public safety and the resolution that you all are working under. So I will get back to you on that, but it will not be within 2 weeks.
So that's the presentation that we've been waiting on. I do think that our ad hoc assignments are a priority, because until we get our ad hoc assignments, we cannot move forward with the work. So I'm going to prioritize that one as well. And I will add reach, but that will depend on if the director is available. Okay. So we have pending homeless sweeps for when the presentation is ready based on city. Our location selection for the 2 future dates that we selected, ad hoc assignments, updates on training, sensitivity specific, and reach. Cool. Did we do public comment? Go on, girl. Public comment.
All right, so just for future, I think that it's important to do, if we can do public comment for future agenda items before, because we kind of give you ideas and then you kind of say, oh, that sounds good, and then you bring it to staff. So I think that would be great if you could do that. I had some other stuff written down, but I am a little irritated, you know what I mean? Because I've been talking about these homeless sweeps for like the last couple of months, however long, months and months. I think it was about a month and a half ago where you guys did say that you wanted to bring it in for a future agenda item. So I'm confused, and I don't think that people is like, are you not realizing how serious it is for folks that are living on the streets? So it's important for us, community members like myself, advocates, people that serve the unhoused community, that when we go out there, we can have something to say to these folks, to say, hey, when they do sweeps, they're doing them because you have human waste. They're doing them because you have a tent that has a whole bunch of stuff outside of it. I mean, we can help if they tell us what is the issue and why they keep doing these sweeps, then we can relay that message to folks so that they're at least I'm pretty freaking irritated by that, because I don't think people is taking this seriously. It's about to be the summertime. People is dying on the streets, literally, in the summer, in the winter months. We have people dying on the streets every summer, every winter. You taking everything that they have, and we want to wait. 2 weeks is not enough. This is crazy. Like, these are people's lives. Like, this commission, I've been trying to have faith in this commission, because you go to the council and it's like, you can't really do anything. They have so many different areas and focuses that they have to focus on. This commission is specifically for APD, what people are going through, community members are going through as far as being traumatized, whatever. We are here to express our grievances. What don't you understand when I keep telling y'all that people is dying on the streets? We need to have this information from APD, from code enforcement. We need to figure out what to tell them. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Okay. We all have 3 minutes for commissioner report outs. Any report outs?
I mean, that kind of really touched me, and it should. As you all are aware, I did not do any community engagement other than with NAA CP, but there's 2 announcements that I have. Diane Beckton will be coming to speak to all the NAACP members and those in the community who want to come and ask questions. That will be taking place, I believe, on May 29th, I believe, at True Light Baptist Church in the city of Pittsburgh, and I believe it's at 6 p.m. So I just wanted to let everyone know, because we know what's going on right now with Diana Beckton. Also, as we are aware, we lost our former supervisor, Federal Glover, and it's touching to me because I knew him because we all fellowship at the same church at one time, and I remember him encouraging me because I was holding office as a trustee board member. But over the years, I have had contact with him, but he touched so many people's lives, and he encouraged the younger, those who were younger than him, to get involved in local government. And I would just ask that we all remember his wife and his children in, as every day in our thoughts, remember them in our thoughts. The NAACP has released a statement this morning, and you could go onto the website and take a look at that. And if we can take the time out, just have a moment of silence in honor of Federal Glover, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Report outs?
Well, first meeting still learning. But thank you for the welcome tonight, and really looking forward to working with everyone. There is a community event that you may or may not know about at the police station this Saturday. It's a bicycle safety for kids. You have to register for it, but there's a lot of cool stuff happening. There have giveaways. I think there's a taco truck that's going to be there. They're setting up like obstacle courses and things like that for kids to learn about safety on their bikes, and maybe adults. I don't know if guys ride bikes or whatever, but it sounds like a fun event. I'm gonna probably volunteer to participate in setting up and that sort of stuff. Sergeant Green's kind of heading up the event, and sounds like it'll be fun. So that's what I've got for the moment.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
So I have a couple of things. One, as it pertains to the issue of homelessness and the criminalization, I would request that, and I believe the city manager mentioned this, that the city attorney and the city manager provide us with clarification on what parameters we have or don't have as it pertains to the police department and doing the homeless sweeps and so on. And I think it's particularly important in light of the latest news that the governor has now, I don't know if I would say doubled down, but the governor has basically issued to cities and to counties that they are expected to get people off the streets and to get rid of encampments, which puts everybody in a very difficult position. There is also a bill that's up in the Senate that is authored by Josh Becker, who is a senator out of San Mateo County. And the goal of this bill is going to require counties and jurisdictions applying for homelessness funding to have tangible plans for eliminating unsheltered homelessness in their communities. If that legislation were to pass and ultimately be signed, any applicants to California's Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, which is the primary funding source for homelessness solutions, will be required to detail steps that they've taken to construct interim housing units and assess how close their community is to achieving functional zero unsheltered. So I think that, you know, I totally respect the position that Ms. Gardner is coming from, but I also want to make sure that whatever we're being asked to address is within our purview, and also that as a city, we're dealing with mandates coming down at the state level. So if we could get some clarification on that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Any more report outs from commissioners? Okay. All right, we will move to staff communications. City attorney, city manager, okay. The next meeting date will be June 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
A motion to adjourn.
Can I get
Is
a
there
second?
Second.
Please cast your votes.
Motion to adjourn at 9:21 p.m. passes 6-0 with Commissioner Haddon absent.